Okay, everyone. I'm Miri, and welcome back to Coffee and Cozy, where cozy means I get to play games at my own turtle pace while probably drinking way too much coffee. And please, don't follow after me. Please drink coffee in moderation. Anyway, in this video, we're continuing our Moses and Plato Last Train to Clawville playthrough. And a huge thank you once again to Toge Productions for sponsoring this series. In this video, I think we are going to learn even more about the political situation within this world, while also getting to know more about the backgrounds of the characters that we have met in this game and basically the previous videos so far. Before we start though, if you enjoy cozy and relaxing playthrough like this, well, that has always been my goal for this channel, to be able to bring more of these kinds of experiences, to be able to have more videos and to cover more games, and to slowly work through my ever-growing backlog, or playthrough, forgive the pun. So if you would like to see me making more videos like this and help support the channel, feel free to subscribe to this channel if you haven't, leave a like on this video, and share this video with anyone that you think might enjoy this kind of content or might need something to be played in the background while they're studying, working, or doing something else. But alright, I think it is time to caffeinate yourself, make yourself comfortable, and it is time for us to join Moses and Plato as they are about to board the Clawville Express in this detective point-and-click mystery game, Moses and Plato Last Train to Clawville. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 2 of my cozy and relaxing playthrough of Moses and Plato Last Train to Clawville. Oh wait, I'm sorry, Plato. I'm so sorry. My Indonesian accent goes hard. Anyway, as the name suggests, Moses and Plato Last Train to Clawville. Train, like there is that word right there in the game title, train. And well, with that very word in the game title, I'm sure that you would think that most of the game, like 90 or maybe 95% of the event, of the story, of everything would take place on this very train here in this Clawville Express. But as you can clearly see, lo and behold, we are still at the station. We are still here. We haven't boarded the train. Not even close, actually. And do you know whose fault is that? Yeah, that's on me. I know, I'm aware, and I take full responsibility for this. I mean, yes, I have played the demo in this very channel, but that doesn't mean I am suddenly going to rush through everything in the full game. That doesn't mean that I'm going to have this racing session with my previous demo gameplay. Like, okay, let's see, me versus me in the past, who's faster? Like, of course, that is not going to happen. If anything, we are going to race about who's slower. Like me versus me in the past, who's going to be the slower one? Well, it is already proven, actually, I'm the slower one. This me in the future. So yeah, if anything, now that I'm playing the full version, I'm going to check everything. I'm going to check every corner. I'm going to dissect every piece of text that we stumbled across. And not to mention that I will overthink everything, from the dialogue between characters, from ideas that we have in our mind garden. Like, don't worry, I will overthink everything. I will overanalyze everything. I promise you that. But don't worry, because in this video too, I guess I made a promise to myself that we are going to be boarding this train. Like, no matter what happens, we are so getting on this train. Because in the last video, I actually stopped right when two new characters showed up to the station. I believe that we have two more people here in the platform. Oh, and I am so sorry, it is animals, not people. But here we go. We have the ambassador, or maybe like another ambassador. And this time, unlike the previous ambassador, well, the earliest ambassador, the earlier one, in which he comes along with his daughter, that he appears to have quite a rocky relationship with a daughter that seems to be as cold as the Alps mountain. Well, this time it seems that this one, well, he's bringing his assistant, and we will definitely going to talk to these two, trust me. But before we are going to do that, before we are going to walk up to them and maybe strike up a conversation or two, I do want to check everything, because there is a possibility that after we talk to them, maybe we are going to immediately board the train. I mean, I don't exactly remember how everything is supposed to go, because it has been quite a while and I don't really remember like plot by plot everything that I experienced in the demo. But of course, we are going to be very careful here, because I do want to be thorough with my playthrough. I do want to check everything. I do want to investigate everything properly. Like, remember, we have enhanced animal sense. I'm going to sniff out every clue that I can possibly find here. And with my enhanced hearing too, I will be eavesdropping on every single conversation I can find. Because let's be honest, we all love a little bit of gossip. Correction, we all love a huge gossip. I mean, yes, British people love their tea, but we also love tea. No matter what countries that we come from, I believe that all of us love tea, both verbally and literally. So before we go talk to these two new characters, let's make sure that we have enough verbal tea, because right now it seems impossible to have a literal tea. I mean, it is cold right now and everyone is wanting to board the train, so we will make do with a verbal tea. So yeah, let's pick someone to talk to. We have an exclamation mark here for Cassandra. And there is another one on Cassidy too. And another one on Kanya. But nothing on Ignat, alright? And maybe let's try talking with Cassandra again. I remember that in the previous video we had a talk with her, and she seems a little bit maybe like afraid, maybe like scared or frightened. So yeah, maybe let's talk to her. Oh, but wait. There seems to be a yellow dot here in the mine garden. And there is another one here too for our enhanced animal senses. So I guess these are definitely things that we need to check out too. But maybe later. For now, let's strike up a conversation with Cassandra. Here. Oh, wait. No voiced conversation. I mean, see you at the party. And wait, Cassidy, what are you doing over there? Cassidy, where are you looking at? Are you still looking at Kanya? As you say, Mr. Detective. And look at his tail. It is like going up and down, going up and down. And I'm not entirely sure what it means in this case because he's a wolf. I mean, I do know that when a dog has their tail moving up and down like this, that actually means that they're excited. And considering that wolves and dogs aren't that different, maybe kind of like how cats and tigers They are similar in some kind of way. So maybe we can assume that he is excited as well. Or maybe nervous. We can consider that he's being nervous too. But maybe for me, I'm going to be on the side in which he's being very excited right now. And he's staring at Kanye's direction. So let's put 2 and 2 together and assume that he's excited because he saw that Kanye is here. He know that Kanye is boarding this train with him. But come on, Cassidy. You are being a little too obvious here. I think Cassandra might notice and he's going to get scolded. Oh, actually, he managed to get away with that. Okay. But yeah, I think that's everything with Cassandra. Maybe let's have a talk with Cassidy. Here.
It's awfully cold here, isn't it?
I agree.
Ooh, yes, it is, Cassidy.
I am so sorry, Cassandra, but what did you just say? Yes, it is. Like she's confirming that it is really cold right now. I mean, I am so sorry, but somehow it is kind of funny to hear these kind of things coming from her. Like, I'm not trying to judge or anything, but if we take a look at what Cassandra is wearing right now, I mean, it is basically a shoulderless dress. Like, her shoulders are exposed and her neck is not covered in anything either. Like, okay, she's wearing this long glove that in a way protected her arms and her hands from the cold. But for her shoulder and neck, she is not wearing anything. Like no shawl, no scarf, just this pearl necklace that she's wearing right now. And of course, it is not going to protect her from the cold that she's feeling right now. It is not even going to give her any kind of warmth, actually. So yeah, it kind of makes sense that she's feeling cold. I mean, yes, they are animals. They have thick fur that probably helps them to adjust with this temperature, with this cold and freezing condition. But still, this is maybe I would say like quite a heavy snowfall. So I do feel like that she needs to wear more layers. I mean, just look at her dress too. It really looks like that she's only wearing one layer, one thin layer, and that is her dress. So honestly, if maybe the game gives us the option to maybe lend us our coat or something, I definitely would take that choice. I do think she needs more layer. But yeah, somehow I am not surprised.
I'm sure you'll be nice and toasty in your cabin.
Oh yeah, that works too.
Tell me, where are you two staying? Up front?
Oh, I know the answer to this question.
Well, we're officially in the last car.
That's right. Last car. Imagine you are a detective and you have the job to protect the ambassador, but somehow you are put in the very last car. Like, just imagine that. Just store that piece of information for now.
What? That's horrible.
I agree.
Honestly, we were a bit surprised too.
My condolences, officers. If I were you, I would complain to management immediately.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, looking at how urgent this mission is, I do feel like that Moses and Plato, or maybe even like someone from their police station, maybe someone else from the authorities, like, I do think they must have noticed this problem too. They must have complained about this matter too. Because again, we have learned in the previous video about the importance of this peace treaty, of this ambassador Sir Ignat to arrive safely at the Clawville station. So honestly, protecting Sir Ignat is maybe like of the utmost importance here. But well, this actually has not really been explained yet, but just for context, I'm going to tell you right now. So basically, we are currently positioned in the very last carriage of the train. Meanwhile, the person that we are supposed to protect, or the animal, again, I keep mistaking between person, animal. But yeah, the ambassador, Sir Ignat. I might be wrong about this because, again, it has been quite a long time since I played the demo. But from what I remember, I believe that he is actually placed all the way in the front. And I believe it is like even in the first carriage. So it is like literally one end of the train to the other. Like literally, we are at the edge of the train, at the end of the train, while Ignat is like at the utmost front of the train. And honestly, you can't tell me that there is something wrong with this placement. I mean, it is like from end to an end. from the end to the start, to the first carriage. And not to mention that we are supposed to be his bodyguard, right? Our job is to protect him. So if we are making a case study, like if anything happens and we come from the future, so in a way we already know something will happen, then that means we would have to run all the way from the very back from our carriage, and then we have to run through every single carriage just to be able to reach his carriage, Ignat's carriage, the first one, I believe. And honestly, that just does not make any sense. Like we are the bodyguard, and the person that we are supposed to protect, the animal that we are supposed to protect is like carriages away, maybe like 5 carriages away. I actually forget how many carriages that we have in this train. But it is definitely a long journey. So honestly, even back then, when I played the demo, I was already wondering back then, I was already quite suspicious about this placement. Like, what's going on here? Why is it set up like this? Is there maybe another reason that we don't know yet behind this arrangement? Like who set this arrangement and why? Is it maybe done with maybe a motive that we don't know yet? And maybe this motive has something to do with the future that we already know is going to happen. But again, at this point, there are so many questions, but so little answers. All I know is that this is definitely very strange. This feels really, really off and suspicious. But yeah, I do just want to give you a little bit context about what is happening here. And well, in a way, I'm giving you quite a food for thought. You can definitely help me think about this, like why this is happening and why do you think that this actually happens? And well, if you have any idea about why this is happening, maybe you have a hunch, maybe you have an idea, feel free to write it down in the comment section down below. I would love to hear your idea, your assumption. But yeah, let's move on.
Oh, it's all right. We can take it. The most important thing is to do our job, and nothing else.
Wow, that's quite a professional answer, Moses. Although the question is, how are we supposed to be doing our job when, again, the ambassador is literally in the first carriage? That doesn't make sense to me.
I've been through 2 wars. I think I've slept in worse places.
Well, considering that he is a cat, I don't want to, be prejudiced against him, but considering that he is a cat and we all know how cat can be so flexible with where they are sleeping, Well, no comment, no protest.
Have you seen the inside of the last car? I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Well, I have in the demo in my previous life. Does that even count? But wait, no, that's not the problem here. The problem is, how do you know the inside of the last car, Cassidy? I mean, from the way he carries himself, and also from the way Plato has been talking about him before, I guess he really gives off this feeling like he's this huge movie star. Like everyone knows him, everyone adores him, everyone watches his movies. So I'm imagining that maybe he is someone at the level of Leonardo DiCaprio. Like maybe he is the Leonardo DiCaprio of this world. And assuming that he really is, like he's really that popular, how does he know what is inside the last carriage? Like how does he know how the last car looks like and feels? Like maybe a more fitting question would be, has he been there before? Has he ever even set foot in the last carriage? In the last car? Because maybe it is just me, but realistically, if you were a movie star and you were quite famous, you are so popular, everyone knows you, I really think there is no way you would be placed all the way at the back of the train. I mean, that just does not make any sense. There is no way that you would be placed all the way at the back of the train, right? That just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why would you, a movie star, a very famous one, somehow found your way into the last car? I don't know, maybe it is just me, but it really feels suspicious. And actually the thing is, this is something that I just realized now. I did not even notice this when I played the demo back then. Like, I remember back when I was playing the demo, I was just maybe nodding my head and move the conversation along. I did not pay that much attention to what he is saying. I mean, yes, the last car, I know it is going to be awful. But I didn't think about how does he know that the last car is awful. And not to mention that he's being very confident about it. He's like, have you seen the inside of the last car? Like, how do you know that? How can you be so sure about that? That's the weird part to me. And I tried my best to come up with reasons of why he even has to go there in the first place. Like, do we have any possibilities about why he can maybe know what is going on in Alaska, how awful it is? And the only explanation that I can think of right now, well, I think it is a little bit cliche, but maybe he filmed something in there. Like maybe he has this kind of movie shoot and they have to use this last carriage for the movie setting. Maybe it takes place inside this very last room. And honestly, that is the only thing that I can come up with right now. I don't know if there is any maybe good reasons about how does he know about this very last car. Because again, he is a very famous movie star. I don't really know why he would know about the condition of the last car. I mean, he is not the train conductor or anything. So yeah, I do think it is quite suspicious. But then again, in a game like this, everyone is suspicious. So I think I'm just going to end up being suspicious about everyone. But alright, moving on. Okay, that's nice. We get some codex entry. Should we take a look then, maybe? Here. Maybe let's start with the animals, maybe. And wait a second. I don't remember. Have I read her information already? Oh, wait. Yeah, I think I have read her information already. But this one? Oh yeah, this is new. Let's read this then. Cassidy lupus, gray wolf, canis lupus. Alright. Cassidy Lupus is a famous film star whose presence is apparently impressive to everyone but me. I understand that feeling, Moses. That feeling of how everyone knows this one person. But then you were there in the corner and you were clueless about who this person is, what he does, and why is everyone knows him. I understand, Moses. But yeah, he is a real show-off. But I'm told he does show off his extraordinary acting talents at times. And we will see, as well as how many of the things he tells us are acting. Okay. And this one, Cassandra Ruby Faye, Connie, or Colagus cuniculus. I have a feeling I just messed that up. I am so sorry. But anyway, Cassandra Ruby Faye is an up-and-coming movie star who, although she has only appeared in a few films, she is already being described as a legendary actress of the future and a kind of female icon. All I see is a scared bunny who's frightened of her own shadow. But we will see what is really in her pretty little head before this journey is over. Well, looking forward to that. But other than that, I think that's probably everything. Okay then. And now, let's check out the codex. Oh, we get 2 new entries. The wilderness, yes. We call the whole known world the wilderness, where a civilization of intelligent animals live and thrive. Much of the world is now truly recognized as modern and civilized, but there are still remote corners where animals are mostly wild and live by the old beliefs of the food chain. Okay. And I do think that this is actually an explanation about the world of the wilderness. And I believe I mentioned this previously as well, but the world of the wilderness is this kind of universe that the developer of the game the Wild Gentleman Studio created. The Wild Gentleman Studio created. But I don't know, I might be wrong about this. Anyway, moving on. Winter of the century. Weather experts say that this winter will be the coldest in Stolonia in a century, which is significant because Stolonia is not called the land of eternal winter for nothing. Wait. It is going to be the coldest winter. Wow. Okay, but do you think there is going to be something that we need to take into consideration later? I mean, I'm not sure how long, or maybe like how many days that we're going to be spending in Stolonia, because we will be leaving for Clawville. But maybe this is worth to keep in mind that the winter in Stolonia is going to be probably the coldest that the land already has for centuries. So yeah, I think that is everything with the codex. And now, let's take a look at the facts and clues. This one. This is the new one. Why the last wagon? Yeah, that is actually a good question. Here, why are we there? A big question mark for us is why we are accommodated in the last wagon, as we are here to protect the Stolonian ambassador who is in the first one. Yeah, this is definitely something that we need to figure out later. Although looking at it now, it seemed like there are only 2 clues needed to answer this one. And we have already found one. I did not mean for that to rhyme. But yeah, technically I do think that we just need to find 1 more clues. Hopefully the next one will be a bit easier to find. Although yeah, it is still kind of confusing since we don't actually have a full answer yet. But okay. And now, let's go back. I think we have already checked everything that we can in this mine garden. Okay. And now, maybe let's try using our enhanced animal sense again. I mean, there is a yellow dot here, and that usually means there is something new that we can take a look at, or maybe sniff at, or maybe even eavesdrop at. So yeah, what do we have here? Oh, we get 3 of them with the yellow dot. There is always something new that I can sense with these 3 animal senses that I have. Okay. Maybe let's start with hearing. This one is nervous whisper, while this one is angry remarks. Okay, that's quite peculiar. Maybe let's eavesdrop on these 2.
That dirty cow.
Oh, wow. the hostility. Calm down.
Buffalo.
Oh my god. She got guts. I have to give it to her. I mean, it is obvious that Ignat, her father, we can see that he is clearly upset here. Like, he is furious. We can hear it in his voice. We can see it in his eyes. Like, he is clearly angry. His emotions are running high because of these two people. Although I do think that he's just referring to the buffalo. And somehow, Kanya still takes her time to correct him. Like, yeah, I know that you are mad, you are angry, but you get the animal wrong. That's not a cow, that's a buffalo. I mean, that's actually pretty impressive. It is really funny.
What?
And he's like, what? Buffalo, sir? Not a cow, but buffalo.
I said buffalo. Water buffalo, not a cow.
And she's doubling down on that. I say buffalo, water buffalo.
Assassins, traitors.
No, no. Listen to your daughter, sir. Buffalo. Not assassins, not traitors, but buffalo. Water buffalo. Say it with me. Water buffalo. I am so sorry.
A little quieter, please, father.
I agree with her.
I tell you they're trying to kill us. What else would they be doing here?
Whoa. What is this? Assassination classroom train version? Hold on. What is this trying to kill us mean? Are you being blackmailed by someone, Ignat? Or some animal? Like maybe he's getting death threats? Or maybe some letter that is telling him that, yeah, if he boarded the train, he's going to be maybe assassinated? Really?
You're paranoid. Have a sip of brandy to calm you down.
Oh. You know, that's actually quite considerate of her. I mean, she's telling him to drink something to calm his nerve down, to push down his paranoia. Well, I guess their relationship is not that rocky after all.
Don't you tell me to calm down.
Okay, I take back my words. They do have quite a rocky relationship. I'm sorry for assuming that You two, your father-daughter relationship is fine. Apparently it's not. Oh, wait. We get new facts and clues. Oh wow, look at that. We immediately get one fact, and at the same time, we immediately get two clues that we need to be able to get the complete fact about this one. This is quite surprising. But yeah, wait, let me read this. Ignat believes that his life is being threatened. And who else, he thinks, could be the culprit but the ambassador of Torogo? Oh yeah, because one of those two animals that just arrived, I'm pretty sure that one of them, the buffalo one, is the ambassador of Torogo. But wait, let's read the clues. Hostility between the two embassies. The air between the two factions is almost red hot, which can be explained by historical animosity, but it could also have personal reasons. Okay, I like that we have personal reasons being written here, because I do think that is going to be our job as the detective, and well, soon to be the prime suspect to uncover this matter. Like what kind of personal reasons that might possibly motivate this tension, this animosity between them. But yeah, it is a little bit ironic definitely that right now we are detective, and then once we boarded the train and a few hours later, well, we got a job promotion to become the prime suspect. I guess I am quite honored. Okay, moving on. Fear of the Torogoans. Ambassador Ignat is seriously worried that the Torogo embassy is trying to kill him. But why though? I mean, there must be a reason about how he is so convinced, he is so sure, maybe like 95% sure that Torogo embassy is going to kill him. Like there must be something there, something that convinced Ignat that he's going to become the target. Well, I guess we do need to learn more about what happened in the past, about Ignat's role with the war, and maybe how he is behaving with the Torogoans in general. I don't know, that is something that, again, we do have to investigate. But honestly, I'm really curious about those two new animals, about those two that just recently arrived at the platform. Like, I was thinking that maybe we can go to them and maybe strike up a conversation or two, and maybe let's hope that we can learn more about what happened between Ignat and the Torogoans, the people of Torogo, because I do have to admit this is quite maybe out of character for him to be so afraid, to be so paranoid that he is actually being hunted. Like, there is a little bit irony in that of how the hunter becomes the hunted, but I do want to know why Ignat is so afraid that someone or some group or, well, just some faction maybe is actually after his life. He is under this threat of being assassinated. So I know that I said earlier that I wanted to talk to everyone else first. Like, I wanted to exhaust everyone's dialogue before moving on to these two new animals. But now, since I get really curious, well, I was thinking that maybe we can talk to them after this one. Maybe let's start with the buffalo, have some nice chit-chat with him, and maybe let's try to see things from his perspective as a Torogoan, as the ambassador of Torogo. So yeah. Or wait a moment. Nervous whisper. I'm sorry, but what are you two whispering about?
Stop staring at that woman.
Oh yeah, wait.
What woman? I know.
We have been through this one, but I have to admit this is still hilarious as ever.
Yes, you are. You are looking at that cat. Stop it, it's humiliating.
It's not a cat, it's a panther.
That tone, okay. Oh my god, the voice actor. But alright, since we have been through this conversation, I'm just going to skip through this one. And now... let's have a talk with the ambassador. Or maybe wait. Anything new here? Oh yeah. Extraordinary beauty. Oh, is he referring to the flower? Let's see.
Let's see.
Wait, why are you copying what I'm saying, Moses? Don't tell me that right now we are sharing one brain cell. I mean, he is smart, so I'm honored if I can share a brain cell with him. But honestly, I did not expect that. Anyway, it is a wonderful plan, I must say. The color is very distinctive, but I don't know where to put it. Is it a Malvaceae hibiconia? I have a feeling I just destroyed the name of this plant, and I apologize for that. But is it like Malfasi? Malfasai? That's my Indonesian accent. Or Malfasi, Hibikonia. You know what? Excuse me for a moment. I do want to check if this is actually a real plan and if maybe I can learn how to pronounce it from Google. BRB. Wait. Okay. I am sorry for waiting. But then again, I probably will cut the video anyway. But, well, I'm back with a little bit more knowledge on how to pronounce this. Malfasei, Malfasei, Malfasei. Okay, hopefully I don't forget again. Like, I know how to pronounce croissant, but sometimes I will still call them croissant. I am so sorry. But I do have to tell you that for this one, Malfasei Hibikonia, well, I'm actually not sure how to pronounce the Hibikonia part because when I tried to look it up on Google, apparently typing Malfasei Hibikonia is not going to come up with any kind of result. Like, it is completely empty. No result at all for Malfasei Hibikonia. Malfasei Hibikonia. But what does exist is Malfasei hibiscus, not Hibikonia. So, to be honest, I am not entirely sure whether or not this plan is actually real. I mean, disclaimer, I am not a plan expert or anything. So, to be honest, I am not entirely sure if this is a real plan. I mean, I am not a plan expert or anything. So, what I can say is that if you look up Malfasei hibiscus, the answer is going to appear. Like, the search result is going to show this one flower. But when you try to type the exact name of Malfasei hibikonia, unfortunately there is no results coming up at all. It is completely empty. Although, of course, you can look it up yourself if you want to. But maybe try searching for either Malfasei only or maybe Malfasei hibiscus. Because again, if you put down Malfasei hibikonia, you will probably get nothing, just like me. But yeah, okay, let's remember the name of this plan, Malfasei hibikonia, and let's hope that I did not forget how to pronounce this one. There we go. And people of Torgo, let's take a look.
Interesting.
The air is almost boiling between the Torgo and Stonia delegates. And I could swear the temperature is below 0. Okay, I do find these two lines to be quite funny. Because first, Moses said that the air is almost boiling. And I I think when it comes to boiling, a lot of us understand that the temperature is going to reach about 100 degrees Celsius, which means it is going to be boiling hot. But then, right after that, Moses says that the temperature is below zero, which is freezing cold. So honestly, looking at these two sentences, I was like, okay, which one is it? Like, the other is boiling and then the other one is below zero. Like, it is hot and cold. They are polar opposites. They are complete opposites. But yeah, okay. I guess that's everything that we can do. And I do think that we have taken a look at Ignat's luggage, along with the Stonians. Some maybe let's try to sniff things out, literally. Oh, flower fragrance. That's interesting. What kind of fragrance that this Malvaceae hibiconia has?
Well, well.
Unfortunately, I almost can't smell it. Well, it makes sense because it is being locked in this kind of glass case. And what a shame that such a beauty is being locked away like this. I do have to agree. And also, the way that it is being locked up reminded me of the flower. And I think it's Rose from Beauty and the Beast. I remember that in Beauty and the Beast, there is a rose being put in the glass case. But I think this one is definitely not a rose. But then again, it looks a bit like a rose to me. Or maybe it is just my mind playing a trick on me. And you know what? Maybe let's take a look at this flower.
Is that a Malvaceae hibiconia?
Oh my god, Moses! I literally went out of my way to Google search how to exactly pronounce Malvaceae hibiconia earlier. Like, I was really trying. I have been chanting like Malvaceae, 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 Malvaceae hibiconia, Malvaceae hibiconia. Like, I'm trying so hard to figure out how to pronounce the name of this plant. And now, he's just casually saying it perfectly to me. Like, well, turns out I didn't even need to Google it in the first place. because apparently he is going to say it to us. We can actually learn how to pronounce it from the way that he's saying it. I guess in a way it confirms to me how to exactly say the Hibiconia part. Like, I'm pretty sure with the way I'm pronouncing Malfasay right now, but not Hibiconia, so I really appreciate him saying it out loud. But also, why does the way that he is saying it is like gentlemanish? Like gentle and manly? Like his voice is so smooth, so refined, so nice to listen to. Like he's only saying it once just now, but it sounds perfect. Like it is so much more than how I am saying it. Like I'm here struggling how to say Malfasay, how to say Hibiconia, but then here he comes, and with his smooth voice, he's like, Malfasay Hibiconia. But okay, Moses, I can see why a lot of people likes you. Although my type is more like Plato and Hong Hong. But okay, let's continue.
I was wondering the same thing myself.
Oh, Plato, try saying Malfasay Hibiconia too.
Plato, please.
Wait, what?
Do you really know the names of all the flower varieties in the world by heart? And is that even healthy?
The question, is that even healthy though? Oh my god, that is so funny. And that actually reminds me of myself, to be honest. Because I do tend to keep up with what games are coming out, or maybe like upcoming games. Especially the ones I'm interested in, like cozy games, definitely. Narrative games, point and click, JRPGs, and survival based building, the multiplayer one. Because I do like to play those kind of games as well with my friends. And well, of course, gacha game too. Like, I do love playing quite a lot of games, so I try to keep up with maybe like upcoming games, like what's coming and when it is going to be released, or do they have a demo or something. And usually my modus operandi, my MO, it is going to be like I'm looking at their Steam page, or maybe I'm scrolling through my timeline, usually Twitter, and then I will see like this cute game or a game with a visual that I know I would love to see when I'm playing them. And it doesn't have to be high definition, high quality. Like, I do enjoy pixel art as well. I do enjoy game with peculiar art style. But I guess in the end, it is just like how I feel when I take a look at their Steam store page or through their social media. Like, I'm easily baited. Like, if I saw something cute, I would be like, oh my god, that's so cute. Where's the Steam store page? Let me wishlist that. And the same applies to when I saw maybe like a JRPG or survival-based building. I would be like, oh my god, that looks so good. Let me wishlist that one. And maybe for the gacha game, the step is quite different. Because usually I would take a look at them and I'll be like, oh my god, I want to play this game. Now, let me pre-register. But yeah, basically I'm quite enthusiastic for upcoming games. I do like to wishlist them, I do like to pre-register for them. And back then, when I was still streaming on Twitch maybe almost every day, I also used to co-stream a lot of showcase, like game showcase where we get to watch game trailers together. Like we get to see, oh yeah, what is this game that is going to come up maybe this year or maybe next year. Like what kind of games that are currently in development. And honestly, I really enjoy watching them. They are really fun to watch. It definitely builds up the hype in my opinion. But because of that, because of how I really love to keep track of upcoming games, whether by checking social media or maybe checking the Steam store page too. Like if you go to the Steam store page, there is this upcoming tab that you can take a look at. And trust me, usually when I do have a spare time, I will open that tab and I will try to look for any upcoming games that I might be interested in. So in a way, I guess I can say that I'm pretty up to date with upcoming games from genres that I care about and I love to play. Like if it's maybe about horror, or maybe psychological horror, or maybe sports. I mean, those are genres that I did not really play. I mean, maybe for horror, I would still be a little bit up to date because I do watch horror gameplay occasionally. But for genres like stealth and maybe like sports and first-person shooter, well, that's not really my genre, so I am not up to date with those games from that genre. But I remember one time I was talking to a friend and they were asking me about this game. Like, I saw this on TikTok. Do you know this one? Like, they are sending this TikTok video to me about this cozy game that is upcoming. But I do know them because I have seen them going through my social media. So of course, when I saw the video, I was like, oh yeah, I know that one. I saw that one already. It is already in my wishlist. And then they were like, oh really? Well, what can you tell me about this game? And then I started explaining about what I find in the trailer, what I read in their Steam store page as I go past through them. Like just do a quick scanning and trying to see what this game is about. And that actually kept happening. So they will find maybe like Instagram Reels or TikTok video. And both are actually platforms that I'm not quite active on. I am so bad with short form content. But basically, they will find maybe an Instagram Reels talking about this cozy game. or maybe this TikTok video talking about this cozy game and they're going to send it to me. And in return, I will answer like, oh yeah, I know this one. This is this game called blah 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 and they're coming up maybe on like Q3 2026. Or yeah, they're actually planned to be released next year, but I'm not sure when, like there is no exact release date at the time yet. And because it keeps happening again and again and again, like they saw this video and they're sharing it to me. And sometimes there are several videos in which like the creator does not really mention the name of the game, or my friend is just a little bit too lazy to wait until the game actually has a title reveal. Like maybe the title is going to be revealed at the end of the video and they are too lazy to actually watch the whole video. So they will send me like a screenshot or like the link to the TikTok video, but I did not even need to play it, like play the video to watch it, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I know that one, that's an upcoming game, and yeah, blah blah blah, you can try out the demo. So eventually, at some point, they're just like, you know, you do know a lot of cozy games. And is that even healthy? And honestly, that's why when I saw Plato asking Moses this question, like, is that even healthy? Well, it definitely reminded me of my own experience being asked with that kind of question by my friend. And I know that my friend does not mean to be like insulting or roasting or anything. Like, from the way they're saying it, they're just purely shocked about how much I know about cozy games. And well, that's how you are going to turn out to be if when you are stressed about something, your first instinct is to actually go to Steam, scroll through their upcoming game page and start wishlisting anything that you find interesting there. That's what I'm doing. Although right now I am not as up to date as before, I have been busy with a lot of things lately, so I haven't really had the time to check upcoming games or browse Steam pages like I used to. But I guess in a way, I still try to at least have a general idea about what's coming next. Like, I do remember a certain month when a certain game showcase is going to happen. Like, June is probably going to be my most favorite event, Wholesome Showcase, Wholesome Direct. And then around August, it is probably going to be Summer Game Fest with Gamescom. And actually May should be the time when Ludo Narcon is going to happen. But I do read somewhere that the showcase and the festival in general is going to get their dates pushed back. And December should be for Southeast Asian Games onward, along with Wholesome Snack. And there should be Southeast Asian Game Showcase, but I'm not sure when they're going to happen this year. And then, oh yeah, on December there should be the Games Award too, but I'm sure you guys know as well. But yeah, in a way I do know and I do try to keep up to date with games that I do enjoy playing, with genres that I know I enjoy playing. And I guess that's why, in a way, I can kind of relate with what Moses is feeling right now. Like how he knows so many flower names. Except for me, it is not flowers. And honestly, I can't blame him because I know that this is a topic, this is a field that he loves, he enjoys. Because that's what I feel too. Because I do enjoy playing all these genres, I am more than willing to try to keep track with everything, to stay up to date with any kind of news, any kind of upcoming games, or any kind of showcase. Because I do love them. I do enjoy them so much. But yeah, sometimes when maybe you get a little bit too much in learning something, there will be people that will be shocked about what you know and they will start asking questions just to show their shock, just to express how disbelieved they are with how much we know. And it will be like, is that even healthy? Is that even normal? I don't know, but I do have over 1,800 wishlists and I do think that's not normal. But alright, I am so sorry. That turns into a little bit short of TED Talk just now. That's not short, I'm aware. I'm sorry. Alright, moving on.
I'm the perfect example that names have meanings. I am Wildflower, after all. Also, everyone has a passion.
There you go. Moses said it. Everyone has a passion. That's right. And game is my passion. Really. And that's why I understand, when you have a passion about something and you are delving so deep into it, you are spending your time learning so much about it. Like, trust me, that's the best feeling in the world.
And some are more harmful than others.
But yeah, I guess that's true. There are certain passions that can be quite harmful. For example, if you have a passion in gambling, well, that can be quite harmful to your economy, to your well-being.
You don't mean the flowers, do you?
All right. And I can talk with Cassidy and Kania. But maybe let's try talking with the ambassador. With this ambassador, not the first one. I think he's done with us. He doesn't have any exclamation mark above his head. So yeah, hello sir.
Look who just arrived.
I agree. The Toge ambassador.
Well. Must be a high-ranking official from the royal colonies. Interesting.
Load of interesting folks gathering here, huh?
Well, I agree with Plato.
He's probably here because of the peace negotiations, like the rest of us.
That damn treaty.
Now, my dear friend. What would Chief Inspector Bloodboil say to that kind of attitude?
Oh, wait. I know this guy. Or at least I have heard about this guy before. I think this is the same Chief Inspector from the Chicken Police series. because I remember that in that game, there is this inspector, although I forgot like his exact name. But I remember that his name had quote unquote blood. Like there is this word blood in his name, and it definitely is quite peculiar, and I think that's why I remember it. And honestly, I do think that this might be one of the developers' way of making like the connection between this game, Moses and Plato last train to Clawville with the Chicken Police series, even more clearer. Like, I think this is again their way of trying to tell people, especially those who might not have noticed, that Moses and Plato actually happen in the same universe as the Chicken Police series. I mean, it is obvious that they share the same characters. Well, not all of them, but there are several characters from Chicken Police series being mentioned in this game. And not to mention that Moses and Plato themselves made a cameo appearance in the Chicken Police series, in the latest installment for the Chicken Police series. So yeah, I do think that this feels like a reminder, like, hello, this is all happening in the same world, in the same universe. But yeah, what would Chief Inspector Bloodboil say to that kind of attitude? Calm down, Plato.
You'll never get anywhere with that attitude, Plato.
He is such a menace and I love him. Oh my god. Plato, you need to make sure that Chief Inspector Bloodboil never know that you were so good at imitating him, okay?
You're pretty good at this voice impersonation thing.
See? Even Moses thinks that too.
Thank you, Moses.
It might even come in handy one day.
Wait, what? What do you have in mind, Moses? Why do you need Plato to do a voice impersonation for the Chief Inspector Bloodboil?
You really think so?
Perhaps.
Okay. That's actually quite peculiar. But oh, we got a new codex entry. What do we have here? The royal colonies? Let's see. The Clawville Colonial Empire once numbered 12 colonies, but now only a fraction of that remains, leaving Clawville itself considerably weakened. While the city-state and the empire that grew up around it are still one of the biggest players in the wilderness, The colonies that have fought for independence over the last 2 centuries have taken a toll on the empire's prestige and economic dominance. Although the crown of Clawville has indeed been shaken to some extent, the country's largest colonies are still part of the empire and do not seem likely to leave the fold anytime soon. Unless the city itself collapses under its own weight. Wow, okay. You know, let's try to break this down a bit because I do want to understand this better too. And I do think that this also speaks about the severity of this case, about how serious this case that we are going to have soon. Because I think with this text, it tells you about the system, about the government and how it functions in Clawville. Because from what I understand right now, so the Clawville Colonial Empire, it originally started as a union of around 12 colonies. But I do think that right now the number has decreased, but they don't exactly mention like how many colonies right now that are still within the empire. But basically over time, and it definitely says here that over the last 2 centuries, well, there had been several colonies that were looking for their independence. They were looking to get separated from the Union. So I do think there might have been some internal conflicts here and there, some internal war here and there. So of course, as a result, I think the power and the control that the empire has over these colonies has been considerably weakened. I mean, it says right here that it have taken a toll on the empire's prestige and economic dominance. So like in a way they're not as strong as they used to be in the past because of all of this stuff. But I do find it impressive that it is mentioned right here how the country's largest colonies are still part of the empire and they don't seem likely to leave the fold anytime soon. I do think that's quite impressive. That is actually quite amazing that they managed to keep most of the major colonies in the Union. But here's where things starts to become maybe a little bit tense for me, especially with this last sentence. Unless the city itself collapses under its own weight. Because, in my opinion, I'm interpreting this as where something maybe happened to the central government. Or maybe the internal conflicts between the colonies and the central government becomes even worse. Then there is a huge possibility that more of these colonies might try to break away. And of course, that could eventually lead to the empire falling apart entirely. And of course, that is very dangerous. That is a huge risk that we don't want to have. That is a huge risk that we don't want that to happen. But then, when you think about it, like in some kind of way, like I don't know, this might just be me overanalyzing things again. But let's think about the fact that Moses is a fox. And let's say that we arrive in Clawville with Moses still being the prime suspect, with us still being the prime suspect. And remember, Moses is a fox and the king of the Clawville Empire. I mean, his name is literally the Fox King. It is obvious that he's a fox. So I do think that this fact alone, that the ruler of the Clawville Empire is a fox, and the prime suspect of this case is a fox as well, if we did not do anything about that, well, I'm pretty sure that it could definitely plant the seeds of doubt, the seeds of distrust between the colonies within the empire. And I don't know if I'm overanalyzing this, but I do think that several colonies, several people, they are going to have this kind of doubt, this kind of suspicion. Because why is it that when we are about to have a peace treaty with Estonia, the very ambassador that is meant to hold this peace treaty was found lifeless in his carriage, and the prime suspect is a fox? Like, honestly, that looks really, really bad in the public's eye, in my opinion. And when I do think about that fact, when I do think there is a possibility that this can actually evolve from just what is already intriguing to me, like we are meant to protect this ambassador, but somehow we ended up as the prime suspect. Like somehow, right now, it evolves into even like more serious situation, because this isn't just about Moses as a detective being accused of murder, but because he also, in a way, represents the Fox King. So I do think that this situation could definitely be interpreted as something much bigger, like politically and symbolically. So I really think this is not just like a small scale anymore. I mean, yes, it is quite a serious problem already, but now that I'm learning more and more about the world, I do think that the stakes somehow keep getting higher. And well, it is like an international scale now. It involves entire kingdom. And if we are not careful, this might become like the first step into the empire's destruction, into the empire falling apart because of this case. And we definitely don't want that. That's why we really need to solve this case. But yeah, I'm really glad that we get this opportunity to check on the codex of them, to check on the facts and clues of them, because like I can read them and then I can get back to talking with all of these characters with somehow more knowledge in mind, with somehow more understanding in mind. But well, let's get back to the station. Let's stop huddling inside this mine garden and let's get back to the station. Remember, we need to board the train in this video. But okay, there is nothing else here. Alright. Although again, before talking to this ambassador, I really want to make sure that I'm not missing out on anything. So, do we have anything new?
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything new with this one. Wait, I'm sorry, but have I inspected this one? Clawville Express?
What a glorious machine, huh? A true modern wonder.
Wait. Am I not inspecting this train already before? Oh, wow. I almost missed this one. But yes, it is a very glorious machine.
Is it? More like a monster.
More like a what? Moses, have you been maybe watching some choo-choo train? I forgot the name of that horror game. The one with a train that has spider legs? That it can like chase you around? I mean, this one doesn't look like that.
I can't wait to see first class or the royal carriage.
I would like to say that I can't wait to see it too, but you know, we literally had been in one the very first time we get into the game, so I don't know how to feel.
Don't get excited, Plato. We'll be in the last car.
That's true.
How is it that we have to protect the ambassador, but we're not staying in the same car as him? Who organized this?
Yeah, we still don't know the answer to that question, unfortunately, Plato.
Not the most logical decision, that's for sure. We will certainly spend a lot of time walking up and down between the cars.
Or we could just sleep in the toilet of the first car. It's probably a lot more comfortable than what's waiting for us at the other end.
Remember, guys, Plato is a cat, and we know that a cat can practically sleep in any kind of place. So I guess in a way him saying or suggesting that we sleep in the toilet of the first car, well, it doesn't sound too far-fetched considering that he is a cat.
That's very likely, yes.
Even Moses agrees. He can't find any words to actually dispute that. Oh, look at that. We got a new codex entry. Alright, back to codex it is. What do we have here? The Clawville Express. Let's see. The Clawville Express runs on a railway line through a good part of the wilderness, a route that has become almost as legendary as the train itself. The Clawville Express has been used by royalty and other illustrious figures, and the train is famous for customizing its cabins for each notable person who has traveled on it. Okay, that's actually very special. But the express isn't just for them. The iconic line also has second and third class carriage. So those who can't afford one of the royal suites can also travel the route. Okay. And we get this logo, Clawville E for Express. And I do think these are the nations that it passes through. Clawville, Afiria, Nautica, Stolonia. Okay. But alright, maybe right now let's strike up a conversation with the ambassador. Hello?
Greetings, sir. My name is...
Yes, you two are the detectives, right?
That's true, sir. It is nice to meet you.
Yes, indeed we are. Although, frankly, I'm surprised that you know.
The whole station is talking about it. 2 detectives protecting that pale-furred, sharp-toothed bastard. And I was just wondering, where are my detectives?
Well, sir, I don't mind becoming your bodyguard, your detectives if you need to. Like, honestly, if this were one of those situations where I can actually go back in time and maybe make different choices, I would definitely offer to protect him instead, to protect this ambassador. I mean, with the knowledge and the experience that I have right now, he looks like he would have a much higher chance of surviving. of staying alive the entire trip compared to Ignat. Or at least I hope so. But yeah, I am so sorry, sir, but I don't know about your detectives. I definitely would like to be one, but order dictates it differently. I am so sorry.
Excuse me?
If our beloved king sends personal protection to defend his enemies, like the ambassador of the Stavonian government, surely he sends one or two to protect his own beloved ally, the ambassador to his own colony. Am I right? Which would be myself.
I do understand why he disliked this obvious special treatment. And I can understand why he feels that way. Like, I get why he is upset. Because, again, from his perspective, the ambassador for Stolonia is getting much more special treatment. Even though this ambassador, is part of the Empire's colonies. But at the same time, I do think that this also shows something bigger, like something even deeper about the colony's stance with the Empire. Because like what we just read before, like they mentioned that even though the Empire is made up of multiple colonies, right now the Empire's power isn't strong enough to keep all these colonies in line, in place. And I do think it shows from the way this ambassador is openly protesting. Like he's openly protesting, openly questioning the Empire decision on this one. But yeah, unfortunately, sir, I don't know why you are not getting your own private 2 detectives. I am so sorry.
You? You're the ambassador of Togo?
Yes, Plato. Yes, he is.
No other. Mujara Panina, ambassador, high priest, guru, and spiritual seer. I'm genuinely horrified that you don't know who I am.
Oh, wow. Okay. Nice to meet you, Mujara Panina, an ambassador, high priest, guru, and spiritual seer.
If I may say so, you speak the Clawville dialect admirably.
Please do not change the topic. Although, I do speak with particular skill, yes.
I love how he's like, don't change the topic, but thank you for the compliment.
I am truly sorry that you have not been properly escorted, sir, but you must be aware of the very delicate relationship between the Clawvillian crown and the Stavonian government.
Well said, Moses.
Don't take me for a fool.
Okay, we got several choices here. The first one is, sorry if we offended you, sir. And honestly, I think I would like to go with this one. I really don't think that he's the kind of person that I want to make enemies with. Like, that's how I feel with Ignat too, but sometimes he can be a little rude. He can be a little bit on the side that makes me want to fight him, even though I know that I'm not supposed to make enemies out of him. But yeah, I think I'll go with the first one. I mean the second and the third one. I think it is a little bit like maybe insulting for the second one. Sometimes it is easier to accept the painful truth. Like, maybe not insulting, but for the second option, sometimes it is easier to accept the painful truth. I don't know, but it comes across as a bit of dismissive to me. Like there is an underlying saying, there is this underlying meaning, like, and while that might be the reality here, it also feels kind of harsh. Like instead of softening the situation, we are just reiterating it. Like we are just doubling down on that fact again, on that truth again, and it ends up feeling a bit lacking in empathy. So I don't think I want to go with the second option, because in a way it definitely sounds like it lacks a little bit of empathy. In fact, it doesn't have any empathy in the way that it is being said, I think. And for the third option, well, that haha, like haha, it's kind of detective humor, you know. That is just like trying to brush it off with humor. Maybe a bit of self-deprecating humor just to move past the tension. But I don't know, I'm not really comfortable with that either. So I think I'm going to go with the first option. I do want to apologize to him because it is not like we actually meant to make him upset, to make him angry, to make him feel insulted. So yeah, I think I'm going to go with the first option. I think I'm just going to apologize to him because it is not like we actually meant to make him angry, to make him upset in the first place. Here.
Don't blame yourself. I'm used to being surrounded by the incompetent. Varney!
I am so sorry for being incompetent. But then again, at the end of the day, he should realize that we actually don't have control over whether he gets an escort or not. Like that's practically on the palace. We are just following order.
I'm here, sir.
But hello, Funny.
Good. Chat with these gentlemen while I go rest my eyes.
Oh, okay. He doesn't want to talk to us anymore.
Yes, of course, Sepa. How can I help you, gentlemen?
Oh, wow. We get a lot of stuff here. Should we go and check them first? Or should we go and talk to Fanny? You know what? I am so sorry, Fanny, but I'm going to go into my mind garden for a little bit. I do want to check all of these new entries that we just got in our mind garden. BRB, let me sit with my thought for a while. Oh wow, look at that. We get something new in facts and clues. So maybe let's look at that. We get so many new things that we can take a look at. But maybe let's start with facts and clues. Here, national tensions. Okay. There is a centuries-old political conflict between Estonia and Togo, which seems as vivid today as it was ages ago. And we actually get the last clues for this fact. Mujara's resentment. Ambassador Mujara is seriously offended why he has not been given the same ornate escort and protective custody from the crown as the Estonian ambassador. And honestly, I can understand why he feels offended with this gesture, with what the crown is doing. I mean, just imagine this. Let's say we are an ambassador representing our own country, but somehow another country that is also sending in their ambassador is the one getting special treatment from our government. And not just any country either, but one that has a long, complicated, even I would say a hostile history with our country. Like it is obvious they have gone to war like multiple times. And now suddenly, with the peace treaty and everything, suddenly they're the one getting bodyguards, escorts, like all the protection. While we as the ambassador of our own country get none of that. Like yes, we get the right to train as well, but no bodyguard, no escorts. So I can understand why Mujara is upset. I really think that his reaction is completely valid. But at the same time, I'm also confused about what the crown is trying to achieve here. Because I really think that this is something they should have seen coming. Like, they should know with them treating the Estonian ambassador with so much extra, with escorts, with bodyguards. Like, I'm pretty sure they're aware that it is going to cause resentment. Like, of course, they can see that ambassador for Torgo, in this case Mujara, he is going to feel, I would say, a bit sidelined, but I guess it is actually a lot sidelined. Especially with Estonia getting all of this special treatment. Like, I really think the crown can easily see that. They can easily predict that this is exactly what is going to happen. Like, the public, especially from the Clawville Empire part, is going to look at this and they're going to maybe think about why the Estonian ambassador getting all this special treatment, while our very own ambassador that is a part of this union, that is a part of the colonies, that is a part of this union, is not getting all the special treatment that the Estonian ambassador gets. Like, they can see that, so why didn't they try to mitigate that? Like, why not just make it fair, right? Like, you are giving escorts to the Estonian ambassador, so why not give escorts to the Torogoan ambassador too? Like, give bodyguards to the two sides, just to make it fair, just to balance it out a bit. I mean, there is that option right there, to just give bodyguards to these two ambassadors, but instead, the crown chose to only provide bodyguards for the Estonian ambassador. And honestly, that's what makes this situation feel quite strange to me, quite questionable to me. Because I'm pretty sure the crown have seen this coming, and they can definitely mitigate that. They can definitely try to balance things out a bit, but instead they chose not to. So I honestly wonder why. I honestly wonder the reason behind this special treatment. And maybe the only possibility I can think of is maybe they were worried about offending Estonia, like maybe giving the same level of protection to the ambassador of Torgo. It would imply that Estonia is a threat, or that the empire does not think the situation is safe for their colonies, for their ambassador. And we definitely did not want the Estonian to think about that. We definitely don't want the Estonian to think that this is the kind of message that the empire is sending. So maybe that's why they're giving a bodyguard for the Estonian ambassador, but they chose not to for the Torogoan ambassador, because they don't want to send that kind of message. Honestly, I don't know. I think that's the only answer that I can come up with right now. And do we have any other reason? I honestly can't come up with any other reason. But I don't know, maybe we will learn more about that later. Maybe eventually we will understand the reason behind the crown's decision of why the Estonian ambassador got a bodyguard. Well, unfortunately for the Torogoan ambassador, well, he doesn't get any bodyguard. But alright, I think that's everything new with the fact and clues section. Let's move on to, I think we got 2 other sections. Oh yeah. We got codex, we got animals. Well, maybe let's check out the animals. It should be Mujara, right? Mujara panina, water buffalo, I'm sorry, I suddenly remembered Hanya's words in my mind, like the way she's saying it, buffalo. And Bubalus bubalis, Bulbasaur, is that you? I'm sorry, I love Pokemon. Anyway, he is the ambassador of the colony of Torgo and the country's chief Separ, which roughly translate as high priest or main religious leader. Oh wow, you were very important, Mujara. He makes no secret of his disdain for Ambassador Ignat and the Estonians in general, but he also seems to have peace as his top priority. Okay. See, no one wants war, we all want peace. I mean, he is practically the high priest in this colony. And while he does have some dislike toward the Estonian, toward the ambassador Ignat, he does want peace and he's trying his best to make friends with them, just so that this peace treaty can happen. Alright, and last one. Oh, Torgo. Oh, look at that. That's how Torgo looks like. Oh, that's so fun. Well, Torgo is one of the most important and largest colonies of the Clawville Empire. Although the annexation of Torgo was not entirely peaceful at the time, relations between Clawville and the colony have been harmonious for over 200 years. Torgo has managed to preserve its extremely rich and unique culture, religion, and customs in the face of external colonial influence, and is still ruled by Separs, high-ranking religious leaders, and I'm guessing Mujara is one of them. And Torgo's relationship with Stavonia has been extremely uneasy, as during an offensive against Clawville, the Stonian army was stationed in the colonial country for almost a decade, during which time the people of Torgo suffered a whole series of extreme brutalities. Oh wow. So that's why Mujara has this immense dislike towards the Stonian people, especially with Ambassador Ignat. I mean, yes, this is the very country that has been at war with Clawville for a very long time. But reading this text, reading this codex, I guess I understand what makes Mujara's hatred or dislike. I do think it is a little bit more to hatred, even though it is quite a strong word. But I do think that what makes Mujara's hatred feels extremely personal, and the Torgo situation too. Well, it is the fact that they were directly affected during the conflict. They were directly involved with the conflict, because it says right here in this codex that there was a period where Torgo was occupied by the Stavonia, and it wasn't exactly explained what kind of treatment that the Torgo people received from the Stavonia. But I assume that a lot of the people there were treated horribly. Maybe they went through things that nobody should have experienced. I mean, it is war, and there is nothing good that comes from war. I know I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. Especially if you are a war hostage. So honestly, I can completely understand why Mujara feels the way he does. It is obvious there is a long history behind his anger, his distrust, his dislike, because from his perspective, well, the people of Torgo were basically stepped on and mistreated for so many years, for almost a decade. And as a leader, because he is the Separ, he is part of the Separs, I'm sure it hurts for him to remember that and to see what happened to his people back then. Like his animosity right now towards the Ambassador Ignat, towards the Stavonian in general. Like he has a very valid reason for doing that. And again, I can understand why he is behaving like this towards the Stavonian people, towards the Ambassador Ignat. But at the same time, because we just read through Mujara's bio, like a few minutes ago we were reading through Mujara's bio, and we read over there that He's trying his best to achieve peace. He's still trying to push for peace despite his obvious dislike towards the Estonian people, towards Ambassador Ignat. Well, I'm actually quite impressed. But at the same time, since we have read through Mujara's bio before, like literally just a few minutes ago, I have to say that I'm quite impressed. Like, I'm really impressed because by reading Mujara's bio and then reading through this Torgo entry, I realized that despite all of this pain, all of this dark history between Torgo and Estonia, despite the resentment that he probably still carries for the people that he had been ruling over, Mujara is still trying to push for peace. Like, he's trying to set those feelings aside. Like, yes, he disliked Ambassador Ignat, he dislikes Estonian people in general, but he's trying to set those feelings aside so that this peace treaty can happen, so that his people can live in peace, so that there will be no more war between these two countries. And honestly, that is really admirable. I actually gained so much respect for Mujara now. He's actually amazing. But alright, I think that's probably everything. Yeah, no more entries that we can take a look at. So maybe let's go back to the train station. Here, even though we are not exactly leaving the train station, we are just moving to our mine garden for a while. But alright. Now let's see. Mujara told us that we need to have a chat with his assistant. But does that mean we can no longer talk to him? Let's try.
Seriously?
Oh yeah? You have a problem with your ears? I told you to talk to my assistant, not to bother me.
Yes.
Yes, we understand, sir. Have a good rest, sir. Okay.
What a pretty flower.
Oh. Wait, are you talking about the assistant or are you talking about the flower, Plato?
Quite a lovely thing, I'd say.
Oh, he's not talking about the flower. With Plato, I think he's talking about the flower, but with Moses, well, I don't think he's talking about Malfasei. Malfasei Hibikonya. I almost forgot the name of that flower. I am so sorry.
Look at you! Is she your type, maybe?
Oh, so cute.
What are you thinking? I never judge someone by their looks. Besides, I was speaking about the flower, not the lady.
Are you sure? Are you really sure that you were talking about the flower and not the lady?
Ha! You can't fool me!
You can't fool me too. Alright. Let's talk to Moses' sweetheart. Here.
It's a pleasure to meet you and Ambassador Mujara.
The Separ is quite tired. I hope you will forgive him for being a bit irritable.
Oh yeah, no worries. I understand that he is quite tired and he has so much to unpack. It is not easy to be meeting like these persons that he had been holding so much resentment for years.
The Separ?
Yes, Plato, Mujara.
Torogo's religious leaders, who also wield considerable political influence.
Very well said. You are highly educated and well-informed, Detective.
Oh, here we go. I can feel the love is in the air.
Thank you, Miss Fanny.
You could have boarded the train much later if you're going to the peace negotiations. So what are you doing here on the frozen other side of the world?
Oh yeah, wait a moment. That definitely does not cross my mind before. But then again, there are so many things that don't really cross my mind. Not until they were talking about it. But with Plato mentioning this, I just realized that yes, they're from Torgo, and Torgo is one of the colonies that are part of the Clawville Union. So if they're going to this peace treaty, they are not supposed to board the train all the way from Stolonia train station, from Porsa. They could have boarded the train somewhere maybe inside the Clawville nation. I mean, they live there, right? The Torogoans are part of the Clawville Empire. So why are they here all the way in Stolonia? Oh my god, now that Plato pointed that out, I do find it quite strange.
Unfortunately, that is sensitive, rather top secret information.
Oh, we like top secret information. That's like top secret tea, top secret verbal tea.
You see, Miss Fanny, we are in the service of the Clawville government. We serve our common king. You need not be afraid to share anything with us.
That's true. And you need not be afraid to share your phone number with Moses.
I fear that even you are not authorized to have this information, dear detectives. I am really very sorry. It is a most sensitive topic.
But do you think that Moses is authorized to have your phone number, Miss Fanny? Okay, I need to stop. I am so sorry, but they really are so cute. They really are so adorable.
Well, in that case, that's not a problem. If it's so very, very sensitive, we understand.
Thank you, gentlemen. You are very kind.
Okay. We get several choices that we can pick. I mean, to be very honest with you, I kind of want to go with the option that maybe we'll let Moses flirt with Fanny just a little bit more. Like just a tiny bit more. Because you see, ever since I played the demo for Moses and Plato back then, I already get this feeling that these two are definitely interested in each other, but they're still kind of tiptoeing around it. Like they're still being very careful. They're still being a little hesitant to fully connect with each other or maybe take the relationship further. And well, that's normal. I mean, they just met, and I think during the demo, one day has not even passed in the game. So it is understandable that they are still being very careful. They're still trying to keep their distance with each other. Like they don't want to jump into a relationship that quickly. And that's good. Unlike Anna in the Frozen movie, the first one. But I don't know, as a fan, as a player, I do find their connection to be really, really cute. Like, I genuinely enjoy watching their conversations and the way they interact with each other. And maybe it is also because of the voice acting. I mean, yes, we already talked about how all the voice actor and actress in this game are amazing. They have a very exceptional voice acting skill. But personally, the way Moses talks to Fanny and the way Fanny responds to Moses, I have to be honest, somehow it makes me embarrassed instead, like I'm the one being embarrassed. Like suddenly I feel like I shouldn't even be here. I feel like a third wheel or maybe a mosquito. That's like an Indonesian term for a third wheel. Like a mosquito just hovering around awkwardly. I mean, technically, Plato is the actual third wheel here, but still, I also feel like I'm third wheeling this too. And honestly, there is a part of me that really, really hopes that Fanny is not going to be the culprit. that Fanny is not going to be involved in the incident in any kind of way. Because I know that the revelation would make Moses absolutely heartbroken. And well, me too, because that means my ship is going to sink. And I'll be sad, I'll be disappointed. I don't want that. But well, I guess that is probably going to become a problem for future me if maybe eventually Fanny does end up being involved in the incident. But since right now, nothing practically has happened yet, well, let me just live in the moment and let me just enjoy watching these two slowly flirt with each other and awkwardly tiptoe around their feelings. So I think for this one, I'm going to go with the first option. I think it is still worth being a gentleman. Because for the second one, that was not our intention. Well, that also does not sound like flirting at all. Like it doesn't really push the flirting potential at all. In the third option, secrets are part of our work. If someone we understand, I mean, that's okay. That's actually a good answer. But it feels a bit too professional. And right now, I kind of want the opposite of professional. So yeah, Your Honor, I'm going to go with the first option purely with hopes that the flirting is going to continue.
I think it's still worth being a gentleman, even if we're a dying breed.
Dying what? Dying breed? What do you mean by that? Come on, Moses. I give you an option with the hopes that you can flirt with her, not to turn it into some kind of dark facts, some kind of dark topic.
Oh, that's true. Very true. And even a little poetic.
Oh, she likes it.
Moses is a real poet, lady. Believe me.
And Plato, such a top wingman. Or maybe I should say it as wing cat. I mean, he is a cat, but he's also a man, so wing cat man. I'm sorry, please let me be with my jokes.
Don't mind him, miss. My dear friend Plato is a good fellow, but sarcasm is his stock in trade.
Oh my god, wait. That was sarcasm? I mean, I genuinely thought Plato was actually trying to help Moses here. Like, I thought he was going, yeah, he's my friend and he's pretty cool, he's good with poetry, and he's single, by the way, so are you interested with him? Like, I seriously thought he was trying to be this wingman for Moses for a second there. Oh, wow. We get so many new things that we can check out in our mind garden. And there is the train conductor. And well, with him appearing over there, I think that means we're probably about to leave the train station soon. We are finally going to be able to board the train, and the train is probably going to depart not long after that. So maybe before we talk to this train conductor, I do think I want to check everything first again. Maybe let's go back to the mine garden first. And we are going to take a look at all of these new things that we just unlocked from talking with Fanny. And after that, we are going to make sure that we have exhausted everyone's dialogue before moving on with conversation with this train conductor, with this employee. So yeah, let's start by checking the mine garden first. Let's start with fact and clues. Mujara's secret. This is a new one. Mujara in Stolonia. The presence of Ambassador Mujara in Stolonia is strictly classified information. That alone is enough to pique our interest. Well, I agree. Sometimes when people say that this is a top secret information, no one can know about this, like it tempts you to know this information even more. It definitely makes you so much more interested. It makes you really want to know what is this secret that they have been hiding from you, they have been keeping from you. And hopefully we will be able to learn what is the secret of Mujara. What kind of secret that Mujara is hiding. Or well, maybe not exactly hiding, but keeping it away from us and everyone else. And that means we need to find 2 more clues. Okay, we will see what we can do. But that's all, and maybe let's check with the animal section. I'm guessing that it is an entry for Miss Fanny. Oh yeah, there she is. Fanny Tarani, Indian elephant, Elephas maximus indicus. Ambassador Mujara's pretty assistant, a pleasant and generally very good-natured lady. We don't know much about her, but she seems to keep her hot-tempered boss perfectly in check. Okay. But honestly, this is quite a short description for her. I really hope that maybe eventually, as we get to know not just her, but actually all the other characters more, maybe we can actually get more description being added to this section. Because again, I do feel that this is quite short, and not to mention that there is a huge space here. I really believe that eventually maybe we will get more description being added. But alright. Moving on to the codex section. Oh, it is an entry about Separ. Look at that. Separ. The Separ is an important figure in Toge politics and culture and religion. In fact, they have evolved from tribal leaders to religious and political leaders who still hold high positions in today's modern Toge society. Today, they're more like spiritual leaders and also high-ranking officials. The whole Toge state is also run by a Separ, the main Separ or Green Separ. That is why the state of Toge is called the Separat. I have a feeling I just butchered that word, and I am so sorry. But hold on. Is this a rhino? A rhinoceros? I mean, I'm not sure, but I think that's a rhino. And maybe he's like the main leader here. Or maybe even Mujara's superior. I'm honestly not sure. I was expecting to see Mujara's photo here, but it turns out to be this rhinoceros instead. So maybe in terms of power hierarchy, maybe this rhinoceros is actually higher than Mujara. Like maybe he has so much more power compared to Mujara. I'm honestly not sure. But okay, that's everything. And maybe right now, let's try talking to everyone, except for the train conductor. I do want to make sure that we have exhausted everyone's dialogue. Okay, nothing's new on Mujara. Oh wait, we can talk again with Fanny.
Yes?
Oh, never mind. I think we are done. Please just let me know if I can be of Just, of course, sugar bun.
What?
Excuse me? My dear partner meant to say, we will. It was nice to meet you.
Indeed.
Oh, I see. Well, goodbye to you too. I guess I'll see you at the party. I wouldn't miss it for the world, miss. Says the person who literally complained earlier about having to come to the party. Like previously, he was being like, why do we even have to be here? Why do we have to attend the party? I don't like parties. And now the moment Fanny shows up, suddenly he's like, I wouldn't miss it for the world, miss. Okay, so now parties are interesting, right, Moses? I see. Sure. Sure, Moses. Sure. Oh my god. He really went from I hate parties to actually I wouldn't miss it for the world. The second Fanny appeared and mentioned about seeing him at the party.
What?
Even Plato is shocked. I know, Plato, I know. That's the power of love, I guess. Don't underestimate a man in love. Or in this case, a fox in love. And look at him. He's pointing that out to Moses. I wouldn't miss it for the world, miss.
Are you serious?
Oh, don't do that. That is so childish. No, that's not childish. That's actually very cute, Moses. What a turnaround, eh? Did that fine little lady touch something in you? Yes, Moses. Did seeing Fanny makes your heart blooms with little flowers and maybe heart floating in the air? You mean my heart? No, no, my dear friend. My heart belongs to Clawville and the Crown and Fanny, but that last part was unspoken.
No way.
Oh, of course. Say what you want, Moses. But we can see it in your eyes. We can see it in your dialogue. We can see it in your action and your stance against party, actually. Alright. Oh, that was fun. And anything else? Kanya?
Yes.
Are you still here? Unfortunately, it is our bitter duty to stay with you until the journey is over.
Are you serious?
Well, you could do that in silence, couldn't you? Yes, we could, dear lady. Then, okay, time to be silent, time to be quiet. Okay. Anything else with Cassidy and Cassandra?
Listen,
Okay, dear sir. What? Yes? I beg your pardon.
What?
Okay, stop staring at her, you hear? Oh my god, this is really funny.
Absolutely not.
And what about Cassandra? Oh, okay, see you at the party. As you say, Mr. Detective. Alright. And what about our senses? Let's see.
well, well.
Yeah. Wait, there is nothing else? Okay, and what about this one? I think we have checked everything here too.
Let's see. Interesting.
The fluffy, fuzzy. Damn!
Oh, okay, this is new.
Quite a tower, isn't it?
That could easily accommodate all the members of the country's parliament.
Oh, that's hilarious, actually.
Or an invading army.
You got that right.
Listen,
But alright. I think that's everything. So maybe right now, let's talk with the train conductor.
let's see.
He must be an employee of the Clawville Express. Yes, he is, and we will talk to him. Here we go.
Welcome, gentlemen. Detectives Wildflower and Palladius, I presume.
Hello, sir. It is good to see you again.
Just Moses and Plato. No need for formalities.
As you wish, gentlemen. I'm Pierre. I'll be your guide, your helper, and your humble servant on the road.
I love his accent.
Sounds very nice, buddy. May we speak to your boss?
Wait. Plato? Why did you suddenly turn into a Karen? Like, the whole I want to speak to your manager kind of Karen. I mean, may we speak to your boss definitely sounded like I would like to speak with your manager. I mean, in my interpretation, they definitely sound the same. They definitely have the same meaning. But I guess considering that Plato is a cat, so maybe it is more like Catherine. I am so sorry, my sense of humor is quite terrible. Please forgive my dad jokes. I mean, sometimes, a joke arrives before my brain has time to think about it, before my brain is able to stop it, so yeah, there you have it. Although I don't think that Pierre actually has a boss. I mean, he feels like a one-man army. Because so far, I don't think we have been introduced to any other train employee other than him. But who knows?
My boss?
Oh my god, I love his accent. I love the way that the voice actor for Pierre is like, my boss. He's so clueless. But yeah, I do think that Pierre doesn't have a boss. I guess it is more like he is the boss. No?
I mean the one who runs the Express.
Well, yeah, that's him. That's Pierre. I mean, look at his hands though. He gets 6 hands, okay? He got 3 right hands, he got 3 left hands. And you know what? Usually in any company or any workplace, usually the boss will have like a right hand person. And I don't know if a boss actually has a left hand person, but basically, this guy already has 3 right hands and 3 left hands. So clearly he is the boss here. The usual boss maybe will have 2 right hands, like 2 right hand men, and I'm not sure about the left hand man, but he got 3. So obviously he is the boss here. And honestly, with that many hands, I'm sure he doesn't even need subordinates. And I think that's the reason why he is the only trained employee that I get to know. Like, there is no other trained employee, just him. And honestly, thinking about it now, with how he is actually doing such a good job taking care of all of these carriages. Because we will see later once we boarded the train that this train is actually quite long and it does have several carriages. Well, it is actually incredibly efficient in terms of manpower or insect power in this case. Like, no, actually it is not incredibly efficient, it is actually peak efficiency. Because we get one employee with 6 hands taking care of practically the whole train. So I guess he's like an equivalent of maybe 4 workers. Maybe. Honestly, that's peak efficiency. I'm going to say it again. But yeah, it is obvious that it is him who runs the express. Look at those hands.
Ah, I see. That would be me too, Pierre.
See, that's him.
Oh, really?
Yeah? Why don't you believe him?
Look, pal, no offense, but
How could the train inspector be a simple insect?
Wait. I'm sorry, but what's wrong with being an insect?
well, I mean, that's what I was getting at. I really didn't mean to offend you, but it's quite rare.
Rare? Why? Why can't he, like, be the boss? Be the one taking care of everything in the train? Is it because he's an insect? I mean, honestly, that is quite strange. I thought at first that Moses and Plato were joking with the way that they reacted so strongly when they found out that Pierre was the one who practically takes care of everything in the train. Like, I really thought that they were joking. But now, it seems that they are quite serious with their reaction. So I do wonder why. Like, why is it so hard to believe that Pierre was the one taking care of everything in the train? And is it because he is an insect? And I do wonder if maybe the answer or the explanation about how insects are being seen in this universe may or may not have been explained in the latest Chicken Police series game. In Chicken Police Into the Hive. And I believe that Chicken Police Into the Hive was released maybe last year or 2 years ago. I actually forgot. But from the title alone, Into the Hive, well, I believe that we can already surmise that the game is going to focus more on the insects part. Like, the game focuses on the insect society that is set in this very universe too, in the same universe, in the same world as Moses and Plato. Because as far as I remember, there is like this special district where most insects are living there. And the two chicken police went there for an investigation for a case. But because unfortunately I only played the demo for that game, for Chicken Police Into the Hive, and it was so long ago, I honestly don't remember whether or not they already explained about how insects are being seen in this world in the demo part, in the demo version of Chicken Police Into the Hive. Like, I just remember that one of those chicken police, I forgot which one, but he was having this quarrel with his wife and he got all his stuff thrown out of the window. And honestly, that was hilarious. But yeah, because I haven't got the chance to play the full game of Chicken Police Into the Hive, I can't really say that this might be connected to that game somehow. Like, I'm sure it is, because they do share the same world, they do share the same location, several same exact people being mentioned here and there, having cameo here and there. But because I haven't played the full game, I don't really know the context about the insects in this world. I don't really know how insects are being seen in this world. So maybe, if any of you have played Chicken Police Into the Hive, or maybe you understand why Moses and Plato react so strongly to Pierre being practically like the train conductor, well, feel free to explain it in the comment section down below, because I think that would help not just me, but also other people who are still confused about this conversation and also trying to understand the world building better. But alright, let's continue. Maybe they will also explain a little bit about how insects are being seen and treated in this world, just so that we can understand the context a little bit better.
Indeed, it is rare, which is why I feel so honored. And of course, it is a huge responsibility too.
Oh, he's so humble and polite. And definitely, it is such a huge responsibility, not to mention that the train is huge as well. And yes, I was trying to make a joke, but then I decided to stop myself from doing it.
In that case, good for you. And congratulations.
Congratulations, Pierre.
Thank you. Please enjoy your journey. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll jump to it right away.
Oh yeah. I think this is actually one of his jokes. Because if I'm not wrong, I do think that he's supposed to be a jumping spider. So that's why he's like, I'll jump to it right away because, you know, he is a jumping spider, so he gotta jump. And honestly, it is funny once you get the context, once you understand that he is a jumping spider, because he can literally jump to the matter, to the task at hand. Although honestly, I would love to see an animation of him actually jumping. But I don't think it is possible here. Oh my god. These two don't understand as well because they don't know that Pierre is a jumping spider.
Huh?
That noise though, that confusion noise.
You know, jump.
Yes, he is a jumping spider. Please laugh at his joke. That is so funny, actually.
Ah, because you're a jumping spider.
Yes, you got it, Moses.
Yes, I am. Witty, no?
Witty. Definitely 100% witty.
Yes, we all had such a good laugh.
Please laugh genuinely, Plato.
But please board the train soon. Most of the passengers have already taken their cabins.
Oh yeah, we are really leaving right now.
We will. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, all aboard!
About time.
I was starting to freeze to death out here.
Again, my lovely Cassandra. Maybe next time pay more attention to your outfit. Maybe strive more for practicality, especially in this kind of weather, rather than, you know, our farming, trying to look as elegant as possible. Just focus on practicality first, alright?
Cassandra, my darling, I'll have you warmed up in no time.
Wow. Wait, what? Cassidy? He is so quick on that one. Oh, there it is. It is subtle, but I can feel this tension. I can feel that they have so much more going on than what we have seen in the surface. I can feel it. My girl intuition is telling me that something is fishy here. And I do hope that we are not going to get any fish quest, because I will feel bad if I do say, something is quite fishy here and then there is actual fish quest. Like, I really hope that's not going to happen. I know that we will be passing through Nautica, and I think it is like a sea-based nation. So maybe we will have some sea creatures quest. And I do hope that it's not going to be a fish, because I will feel bad for saying fishy. Like, I will have to restrain myself for not saying something is quite fishy here. Or maybe I can say that, but I do have to make sure that this particular quest is not within range, because I don't want to insult them. But yeah, something is definitely fishy here.
Must we tolerate this incessant chatter? Let's board.
Okay, move along. Be careful, watch your step, everyone.
Slow down, Separ. Don't be in such a hurry. You know your heart.
Oh, wait. What's wrong with your heart, Mujara? Do you have a heart problem? And alright. Wow, they all went inside the train already. That's fast. But what about the flower? Hello? You are going to leave this Malfasei Hibiconia out by itself? You are not going to take this with you? I thought this is like a very important flower. Hello? Anyone? You are going to literally leave this flower here? Well, okay. But anyway, we do have several things that I think we can check in our mind garden. So maybe let's go ahead and check them first. Here. We get new animal, and I'm guessing it is bear. Here, Pierre Walber, jumping spider, Hylas. Alright. Pierre Walber represents Clawville Express and is a guide, steward, janitor, and caretaker. Wow, that's a lot of role. He is definitely the definition of a one-man army. And he is a multicolored character who can do more than one job at a time. Not only because he has 8 limbs. Wait, what? Eight limbs? Wait, I am so sorry, but how many hands did you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do you have more? I don't know. I think my English just sucks so bad that I don't understand what limb means. But alright, going back to reading his description. Okay, he is bright, helpful, and seems to be completely reliable. I agree with this description, and not to mention that he is funny. I love his jumping jokes. Not jumping jacks, but jumping jokes. And we get a new fact right here. Oh, it is about Mujara's heart. Okay. Ambassador Mujara seems to have a problem with his heart. I see. I guess we do need to find one more clue to understand what is wrong with his heart and what kind of disease that he might be having that is related to his heart problem. Alright. And can I talk about anything else with you, Pierre? Oh, I can ask him. I can question him about stuff. Wait. The last wagon? Sure.
Listen.
Tell me, Pierre, how is it possible that the ambassador's bodyguards are not in the same wagon as the ambassador himself? Oh, that's a good question. I wonder if Pierre knows the answer for this question that we have been wondering about for quite a while now.
Indeed.
Well, the ambassador's carriage is occupied by none other than a baron. Oh yeah, you guys really have to see this character. I think he's one of my favorite characters too. But well, apart from the ambassador and his lovely daughter, of course. So this baron is actually the reason why we are being stationed in the last wagon. And honestly, at first I was annoyed. Now I just remembered this actually. Like, I was so annoyed at the Baron before because, well, he's the reason we are being situated in the last wagon. But I remember in the demo version, I managed to walk up to him and I managed to strike a conversation with him. I'm actually having a very nice and a very interesting conversation with him. So in the end, I actually can't get angry with him because he becomes one of my favorite characters in this game. But you guys really have to be introduced to him. I'm going to introduce him to you, don't worry. But yeah, moving on. A baron? I see. Well, yes, that is understandable. And what about the carriage after that? That was, well, that was taken as well. Wait, are you sure, Pierre? Why do you sound like I have to be suspicious about you two now? Please don't be like this, Pierre. And the one after that? Well, yeah. Tell us the reason, please. Taken as well, am I right? Yes, unfortunately. I see. Is it really though? Is it really just a simple case that, oh yeah, I am so sorry, but every other carriage, other than the last wagon, has actually been taken by someone else? Is it really that simple of a reason?
What?
Splendid. I can tell you, we are going to have a wonderful trip there at the very hours of the train.
No, that's horrible.
Please, I am sorry if this is any inconvenience. Oh, never mind. We are from Clawville. That city is depressing enough on its own. A few days in a dark little hole won't hurt anybody, eh? Oh my god, I had the same reaction. When I was being put in like a hard situation, I was like, well, I'm from Indonesia. That country is depressing enough on its own. Okay, I need to stop. I am so sorry. But honestly, I can relate to what Plato is saying. Like, being born in a certain area or a certain place can, I guess in a way, makes you resilient towards a lot of stuff. Towards a bad, difficult, or worse situation. But moving on. Well, we actually quite like dark, cramped places, don't we, Plato? Because of our species.
What?
Well, yes, of course, but this isn't about race, it is about principle. Come on, don't always be such a grouch. That's more my style. I love their chemistry. But alright, that's everything that we can ask to Pierre at this moment. And let's see. There is a yellow dot here, so maybe we can talk more with him.
We wish you a pleasant journey on behalf of the Clawville Express. Let me know if you need anything. I can be very handy.
See, he's so funny. I like him. I like his fun. I like his dad jokes.
Huh?
What? You two don't understand his joke? You two don't get his joke? Moses, Plato? No one?
Huh?
Oh my god, I love that little confusion noise. The hen. Look at his hands. Handy. Hen. Look at his hands. He can be very handy because he got a lot of hands. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm explaining a joke to a character in a game. No, actually, correction, I can't believe I'm explaining a joke that a character in a game made to a characters in that very same game.
Oh, yes, I see. Because you have a lot of hands, right?
You got it, Moses.
Oui.
He sounds so done with this too. He's just being like, ooey. And that's it. I am so sorry, Pierre. If it were me, I'll be laughing automatically and immediately at your joke. I'll get it in like a millisecond speed.
Indeed.
Okay. That was so awkward. Anyway, before we are actually getting into the train, like for real this time, let me check around with my enhanced senses, with my enhanced animal senses. I do want to make sure that I'm not missing out on anything. Okay, nothing new. And no new smell. Okay. Alright. I think it is time to get on the train, so buckle up, everyone.
Well, it wasn't that hard to have a little chat, was it? It's a nice way to pass the time.
It is. It is such a nice way to get to know everyone, to learn more about the world as well, to get more understanding about the world that we are living in right now. It is honestly so fun, and I really appreciate all of the codex that we managed to collect. Like the way they're written makes it easier for me to understand more about what is happening here, about the political situation, and practically everything about this world.
I've already got the worst headache.
Well, I can't blame him, but he also managed to get himself a crush. So I'll consider that a win-win.
Come on, you'll survive. So, should we hop on board then?
We shall. Let's go.
If we must.
Quite strange company we got here, don't you think?
I agree. But, you know, that's what makes it fun, don't you think?
And we haven't seen half of it yet.
Something smells fishy to me. This Mujara guy and his assistant. Not to mention His Excellency the Ambassador and his ice-cold daughter.
Yes, but I do think that everyone is suspicious. Like everyone has something fishy about them. And they're not even a fish, you know.
We're in for an interesting journey, that's for sure. But I wouldn't jump to conclusions just yet.
Yes, leave the jumping job to Pierre.
Well, anyway, time to get ready for the party.
Time to get ready for the journey, for the mystery.
Oh no, the party. You shouldn't have mentioned. My head.
Don't be like that, Moses. You will be able to meet Fanny there.
Come on, Chief. Let's get dressed up, have a drink or two, and go to the little rat hole in the back of the train for a good sleep. What could go wrong?
Oh, there you go. That's the flag. That's the trigger. When you have a character in a game, anime, movie, series, TV show saying something like, what could go wrong? Well, let me tell you, if you don't know that already, it is going to go terribly, terribly, terribly wrong. It is going to be like 100% so wrong. But well, we are here for that, and I hope we are going to be ready for that too.
Famous last words, eh?
That's right. Even Moses gets it. Famous last words.
Ha! See? You're getting a sense of humor.
And a crush, don't forget that.
No.
And now we have reached a key event. Alright.
Let's see. I still have a little time before the horrible party in the luxury dining car. What do I do until then? Explore the train? Who should I talk to? I'd better choose wisely, because time is precious.
Oh yeah, that's the game's way of telling that every action we are doing in this game is going to take away a little bit of time.
So, where to next?
And here we are, inside the Clawville train. But good question, Plato. Where should we go next?
I think it's worth taking a good look at the train map and deciding wisely how to use our precious time until the party starts.
I see. Oh yeah, that's a feature that we haven't been introduced to.
And how much time do we have?
Exactly 1 hour, my dear friend. At least, let's say, 4 places to visit?
Yeah, and that means we can go to 4 places, or more like talk to 4 people, 4 animals. And once we are done talking to these 4 people, the game is going to move on to what I'm going to call as the main event. So it is like we're not going to be able to talk to everyone here in this time period. We can only select 4 people that we want to talk to.
And 4 passengers to socialize with.
Yeah, see? We can only talk to 4 passengers this time.
If we really must.
But alright. Now that we are finally aboard the train, we are finally inside the Clawville Express. I do think that this is probably a good place to end the video for now, because I remember that I mentioned that for this video, my goal was at least to get us onto the train. And now that we are here, and we are finally at this point where we can walk around and talk to people, like we are going to have to choose several characters, several people that we are going to talk to. And in this case, it is going to be 4 people, because we only have time to speak to 4 people. Well, I think I do want to save that moment, to save this section for the next video, where we get to talk to these 4 characters, get to know them better, and we're also going to talk about the compartment system, and I guess the time management system. It is not exactly a time management, but basically how after we talk to one character, then the time is going to move forward. Like that number that you see at the top right corner of the screen is going to decrease one by one for every characters that we talk to. But yeah, I think I'm going to save all of that for the next time. And also, I want to apologize because I only just realized that there was actually, I can't say it a small mistake, but there's definitely a technical mistake in the previous video. Like, I genuinely did not notice it at all until very recently, because I shamefully have a habit of not checking a video that I have uploaded to YouTube. Like, I'm shy, I'm embarrassed, I actually don't know how to describe it, but I usually don't check my video after they have been uploaded because it is a mix of like shy, embarrassed, and I'm afraid that if I notice something, like something is wrong, I might be tempted to like export again, upload again, even though maybe for other people, that is definitely not me. They're not going to notice anything. But in this case, apparently I accidentally used the wrong audio editing preset. And that's definitely on me. So when the video got uploaded to YouTube, the audio processing, the YouTube system kind of boosted certain area more than I expected. Like a certain audio, a certain part in the audio more than I expected. And because of that, I don't know if you guys noticed, but for some of you, you might notice that the sound might have ended up being a little bit uncomfortable to listen to. And I am so sorry for that. Like when I realized about that part, I was actually really sad. I was afraid that it is going to disrupt your viewing experience, your listening experience. But if you personally did not feel too bothered by it, or you might not even notice it, then that's really good to hear. I really hope that you are still able to enjoy the previous video, the first part in this whole playthrough, well, with as much comfort as possible. But the guilt is definitely still there. I really feel bad for this kind of technical mistake. And I really am sorry. So right now, I'm actually considering about re-exporting this part together with the previous video. And maybe I'll upload them as one longer combined video instead. Since this video and the previous video are basically focused on this station section, like this section that we have before boarding the train. Because again, from my perspective, the technical mistake definitely bothers me a lot, I guess. Like, I can't say a little bit, that's just going to be me lying to myself. It bothers me a lot, actually. Even if maybe some of you won't mind it too much, or maybe some of you won't even notice it anyway. I personally still feel uncomfortable, like to just leave the video like that. So maybe I will just combine both videos together later. But I don't know, feel free to tell me what you think about this matter. Because this is your viewing experience, this is your listening experience. And I really would love to know what you think. But aside from that, this part with the train station give us a lot of really interesting world building already. like the conversations that we have at the station, I believe actually reveal a surprising amount about the political situation in this world and the relationships between the different countries that we have here, that we have in this world of the wilderness. Because again, like I said before too, this isn't just about a detective being implicated for a crime that hopefully he did not commit. Like, this clearly is not just about a detective being implicated for a crime that he may or may not have committed. I mean, I am so sorry, but I think reading Agatha Christie novels completely destroyed my ability to trust narrators in mystery stories. Or more specifically, my mom actually owns a huge collection of Agatha Christie novels, and I used to read a lot of them growing up. And there was one novel in particular that absolutely baffled me. It absolutely threw me off guard because the entire novel, the entire story was told from this person's perspective. And then later on, it turned out that they were the killer the whole time. Like, I think that's a very pivotal moment in my life because ever since reading that one, I developed permanent trust issues when it comes to mystery storytelling. Like, no matter what perspective the story is told from, or like who is actually telling the story, I don't think I can fully trust the narrator anymore. Like right now, every time I'm faced with a mystery novel or mystery game like this, everyone immediately becomes suspicious to me. Even though like I'm playing as the main character and he's a detective and he definitely sounds like he's a gentleman. I am so sorry, Moses. But yeah, for now, I think we're just going to stop here for now. And of course, as usual, if you enjoy cozy and relaxing playthrough like this, well, that has always been my goal for this channel. To bring more of these kinds of experiences, to have more content like this being uploaded to the channel, and at the same time to slowly work through my ever-growing backlog or playthrough. And yes, I really like the pun, so I'm going to say it always. So, of course, if you would like to support the channel, if you would like to have more content like this, more videos like this, feel free to subscribe to this channel if you haven't. Leave a like on this video and share this video, or even better, this channel with anyone that you think might need this kind of content. Or maybe they need some companion while they're working, studying, or doing something else. And of course, I also hope that this video could keep you company maybe while you were doing all those things that I just mentioned, like studying, working, relaxing, or doing other things like you have this video in the background. I do hope that this video is able to keep you company and you also enjoy what you are watching right now. And I also talk about the games I'm playing or want to play over on X and Facebook. So if you have an account on these two platforms, feel free to follow me there too. I unfortunately couldn't write much recently, but I really hope that I can write more soon. And of course, I will see you soon over there too. But alright, that's really it. Thank you so much for watching. Please take care of yourself and I'll see you again in the next one. See you!